Good morning, everyone. I'm just getting a few things set up for the day. Kind of keeping an eye on the NASDAQ action already. Let's see. Kind of some weird price action this morning with GEX1 being up here at 228 and this strong move down out of, I believe there was a level up here earlier that we were rejecting. Like we hit it multiple times overnight. I think so far this morning, what I'd be looking for is a retest of this 215 area and a rejection off of that, or this GEX1, potentially back down towards this 2970 area. It could go further than that. Let's see. Kind of look at the 5 minute here. honestly, I don't even know if we'll get that retest. It looks pretty aggressive, but that would be, I think that'd be what I'd be looking for today. Good morning to those of you rolling in. I'm just kind of waiting right now, mostly patiently, just kind of wanting to see a rejection of this higher 29,215 level. And yeah, if we get that, I would probably try a short here with, or maybe off of GEX 1, depending on the momentum. But right now, since we're kind of floating in the middle between these two levels, I'm thinking we're going to head lower down to 29.12 today, but I kind of don't want to get chopped out right here. So that's kind of why I'm just waiting. I think it might take until the open until we get back up here. But if anyone has any questions, anything you'd like to know about the platform or the stream, how I'm forming my trades, I'm the builder of the platform, so I've built, you know, every indicator, the reports, every module, the live charts from scratch. So if any of you have any questions, feel free to ask in the chat. I'll answer them while I'm here today. Otherwise, welcome. Thank you all for joining. Those of you that join regularly, I know there's quite a few of you that do. I'm glad you find the tool and the stream useful. Hey Todd, thanks. Yeah, it's been almost about a year now that I've been working on Profitable. It's definitely a very large project and a large platform. Finally getting around to the point where I can actually kind of show it off and stream. It's nice. So yeah, but thank you. Thanks for the congrats. Definitely feel free to ask any questions. Okay, I guess I've literally made it crash. Give me just 1 second. Get this right back up. My streaming computer does not like it when I do charting and streaming at the same time. Just does not. Okay, there we go. ZDF. So NQ, yes, they will. I'm not actually sure about GC off the top of my head, but NQ options keep updating during the overnight session, and NQ is so. I could show you really quick something about this. So on the GEX indicator, let me make sure real quick. Yeah, this is showing on the stream. So on the GEX indicator, we have the option to use live GEX. And so if I'm using live GEX, you'll see the GEX values directly off of NQ. And these are all native to NQ option, or I mean NQ futures. And NQ is I'm sorry. So yes, NQ is updated overnight. Like I said, I'm not sure about GC. Let's see. Not sure if GC is even loading at the moment. Yeah, I don't think GC has a native one, so you would have to use what is it, gold? What's going on here? Why is this not working? Not sure why my computer is not fetching the source map for it. Oh wait, I probably don't need the source map. No, I don't know why that's not working for gold at the moment. I'm gonna look into that. I don't know if that's just my computer, but I'm gonna test on the other one. But anyway, to answer your question, I think the source of your levels is configurable. So right now it's using the native NQ. I could source map that over to QQQ if I want to use that. Except again, right now for some reason my source mapping is not working. I'm gonna look right into that. I should be able to also use NDX if I wanted to. Is ES still working? See, ES is still working. So something's going on with the options. Let me see. They're still responding. Now, these won't update until regular trading hours, as you'd expect, but they should still show up on here on the source map. So really, it's kind of up to you what you would like to use. I usually use ES on NQ because Profitable automatically handles the ratio conversion as far as placing them on the chart according to where price would be for the ledger. And the reason I do that is because ES is heavier leveraged. So if I move that aside, you can see how the bars are much larger on ES, and it's because there's more leverage here. If I switch this back over to the live chart, you know, by comparison, they're much thinner all the way up and down the ladder. So I use source map with ES, which gives me, I think, a little bit better of an idea of like, we could quickly accelerate through this area, and then we're going to kind of find resistance down here around this level at 29.11. We'll probably start hitting the breaks right around 29.39. And then, you know, to the upside, there would just be more points of resistance, but there are some areas like this one that we could accelerate quickly through if we get up there. So that's why I think today my bias is leaning toward trying to find a rejection up around this 220 level. And then I would be short bias back down to 29,000 is what I'm looking for. And that's pretty much based off of the ES ledger and overnight consolidation, multiple tests of this level. And now we're trading under it going into the open. Let me know if that answers your question. I'm gonna look into why the source maps aren't working. Cool, cool. Happy to help. That's weird. The source maps are working on my other computer, but they're not on my streaming computer. I'm telling you, it does not like to stream. Let's try this again. NDX. We'll just refresh. Oh, I just saw the issue. Okay, 1 second. I'll fix this. This is not it's not a production issue. This is a streaming computer issue. That's sorry. Sorry for the chart to be down for a second. Bringing it back up now. Okay. So I was running the development instance of Profitable. That's why that wasn't working for the source mapping. So if you're still watching, the development instance basically just doesn't have all the option symbols. It's a lot of data. So rather than wasting resources in development, I only have a few like ES and NQ. But to show you again, so like I'm on MNQ right now. I could switch this over to QQQ mapping. I could switch this over to NDX. So I can make this whatever I want. Like I said, I usually just leave it on ES. But if I'm not using ES, I think sometimes preference is to use SPX, but it's kind of the same thing again. The ladder is kind of thin, so that's why I tend to leave this on ES. And then if you're, you know, interested in all the other exposure modes, it has that as well. Like delta and absolute. Pretty much usually just leave this on GEX though. Now I don't have my GEX levels though. Where'd that go? There we go. So something else I've recently added is historical GEX nodes so that I can kind of see the strength and if, you know, gamma flips on certain strikes over time. So like it's kind of hard to see because they're kind of small. So I don't even know if that shows up on stream, but you can see that the negative gamma was strengthening, then weakened and went positive, and now it's positive here still. I don't know if I'm going to get my pullback today. It looks like it's just going to go straight down to 29,000. It's kind of a bummer. Okay, about 14 minutes to the open, so I'm gonna go off camera for just a couple minutes, do some stretches, get some coffee, and then I'll be ready for the open. See you guys in just a few. I'll leave the stream on, don't worry. All right. About 8 minutes left till the open. How you guys feeling this morning? Let's protect those profits. Don't get chopped up in the middle here. Thank you. Thank you for the call out. I did not realize that my mic was muted. This mic, for some reason on Linux, just kind of mutes itself randomly, which is great for streaming. So here we go. Going into the open. Stick to your plan. Be disciplined. Protect your profits. Markets are open. Good luck, everyone. So right off the bat, we're getting kind of a pull up. We're getting kind of close to this level. I'd like to see us reject, but like I said, I'm keeping an open mind. If we just push through it with strength, that's something that would make me reconsider. We're testing VWAP right now and starting to trade above it. So here's that level test right here. We got some buyer absorption coming in. All right, I'm gonna take this short, but I want it to be wider than that. Why did that not update? Actually, I want that to be about there. So pretty much what I'm wanting to see at this point is for this buyer absorption to hold above this level. If we start kind of breaking out above it, then I would want to see this next level on the ledger kind of hold as support and slow us down, which is why I've placed my stop loss above it. And this would be one of the two ideas I was looking for this morning, which is to short off of this level, rejecting or holding. It looks like we're going to break out above it. And there we go. So stopped out on that. I usually don't like to take trades so early in the morning, but I was thinking we would potentially hold that level. So the alternative of that is that we do go higher, but I'm just going to sit patient for a minute. I don't know. Like I said, I would want to see what we do. Noticing that GEX1 also moved up to 327. So GEX is supporting a move higher so far. And like I said, GEX1 was pinned above where we were trading on NQ all morning. So this pull to the upside wasn't entirely unexpected. Hey, good morning, E-Mini, Tassie Gary. I don't know if I'm going to say this right. A cherry? I don't know. Good morning, everyone. Still a lot of buyer absorption up here above this level, below the GEX level. So I'm still just kind of waiting to see what shakes out. So right here, we've just tapped GEX1 at 29, what, 29.737? Is that what it was at? with all this buyer absorption, I still really want to try a short here, but I'm just kind of waiting patiently because I already got stopped out once. At this point, that would be kind of counter trend of the open. The opening print is pretty bullish. Did any of you get long off of that open? We're coming back down to test this level now. I would say if this holds as a support, I might... Nah, I don't know. Not feeling great about that either way yet. So we had buyer absorption up here at this GEX level, and then we had seller absorption down here at this level. So that's why I say I'm just not really clear on it yet. I don't know where we're trying to go. GEX 1 keeps trying to move higher up here to 324. I just can't see on the ladder like where we're trying to go yet. Hey, Tio. How's it going?
Order placed.
Sorry if that's giving anyone like anxiety. I should probably mute Profitable when I do that. So this would be, I think, my last attempt at a short for the day. If this works out, great. If it doesn't, that'll probably be it for me. The reason I'm trying another short here is mostly just because I keep seeing all this buyer absorption right here at this positive gamma. Like I said, I figured this would kind of act as the brakes. We could still just break out above this any minute now, but based on the ladder, what I think supports the best movement, if I can move this out of the way, you can kind of draw like, this is probably going to just stop me out before it even happens though. You can kind of draw like how this is kind of a downward slope. And so I kind of think of that as like this would be moving downhill to this point, and then we might even have a little bit more of a downhill after that that gets us to around here. But like I said earlier, this open is pretty bullish so far, but it's all being absorbed right here. I'm going to give this just a little bit more room, but not much. I'm about to be stopped out. Yeah. Oh. And this is why I typically don't fight the direction of GEX on Profitable, because it is pretty good at predicting market movement. And it's been pinned higher and higher all session so far. So my bias is wrong, and that's probably going to be it for me today. I'm still going to leave this stream up. Trying to get it. There we go. Are you saying I should use the join bid, join ask? I sometimes I do, but I don't know. In New York's volatility, I don't like, seeing it move away from where I wanted to get in. That drives me crazy and leads to FOMO and worse entries. So yeah, but in slower markets like overnight, yeah, I do. So I like that we keep getting buyer absorption up here at these highs. And now we're starting to see a little bit follow through, even though there was seller absorption right here. I would want, if I was short from like up here, I would want to see this just keep going down and not respect this level at all. I would want it to go right through this level. But if it bounces off of 218, then I'd be getting out there. At the same time, we also have VWAP right there. There's like a lot of things lining up right there that I don't like to trade against. Mm. There's a lot of absorption on both sides. It's a bullish open, but it's a grind. Okay, so answering a question that I'm getting in Discord, which is kind of basically just an overview of the GEX indicator, and there's a lot of options there. So I'm going to start recording this, and maybe I'll upload this later as a clip because this is a question I've gotten a few times. So right now I'm on NQ, and I have ES in the background. So let me actually just kind of start fresh. So if I just remove, let's just turn this off. All right, so I'm just going to add the GEX indicator as it is brand new. And so by default, you can see that it's just using the NQ ladder. And typically I don't use the NQ ladder for NQ because it's not hedged as heavily. So everything on the ladder is kind of thin. Like you can see it's like 3%, 8%, 9%. And when I'm zoomed out, it just kind of doesn't give me a lot of confidence in what I'm looking at. So typically what I'm doing is I source map ES onto NQ just because it's heavier leveraged. And so now the signals are a lot stronger. So that's typically what I'm looking at. And then obviously pretty much everything that you would know about trading with gamma, positive being kind of acting as brakes or like turning down the thermostat when your apartment gets too hot. And then negative kind of acting like putting a microphone to a speaker. It kind of reinforces whatever moves are going through it. And so the GEX1 is calculated typically off of whatever like the strongest exposure is, but this is actually showing dealer gamma in the background. So there's probably a larger amount of total exposure here, but this is the net dealer gamma here. So that's likely why GEX1 is concentrated here. It has been moving up higher all morning. But like I said at the beginning, there's a lot of options in the GEX indicator. Quite a few of them are turned on by default. So you don't really need to change too much unless you'd like to kind of clean some things up. Like sometimes I'll turn off air pockets and danger zones if we get a lot of them nearby. So that just kind of makes things a little bit cleaner. One of the things I've recently added is the GEX nodes, and this is still a little bit noisier than I would like, but the idea is that this is mapping the exposure over time. So you can kind of see like this was positive at this strike previously into the open overnight, and then going like pretty much right into the open, it flipped negative. And like I said, this is, in my opinion, still a bit noisy. I want something better for this. Right now you can turn down like the node density to make it a little bit quieter. But I'm still kind of thinking about how I want to make this less noisy and more useful than it is. And then let's see, we also I've added a few options, so you can put like these levels on the left, the center, the right. I pretty much usually just leave it in the center. You can also have multiple maps. So say for example, you want this ladder to be ES, but you also do still want to see NQ's levels. So you could go in here and enable NQ and set this as separate. And now you should have, I didn't see it actually pop in, but you should have ES and NQ. Maybe, so that's weird because when I separated them, I see it, but it's not doing it. Yeah, I might have to look into that. I've also added the ability to add additional instances. So you can also have the live GEX feeding straight from NQ here. Oh, that's just the name. Okay, and so now if I go and change this to, oh, that's interesting. Okay, so that's confusing. I just found something that I want to change, which is that when you have multiple instances, it calls them all just GEX1, GEX1. So now I can't tell which GEX1 is my ES map versus the NQ, but you can see that NQ's got GEX1 down here at 29,000, and then ES has got GEX1 up here at 29,250. Let me know if there were more questions. If anyone has more questions. Can I show GEX for gold? There's a question in YouTube. Yeah, Tenyu, I can do that. So just takes a second here because I still have this manually switched over to ES. But yeah, this is what the ladder looks like currently for gold. And so as you can see, it usually shows over here the best. It's kind of hard to see in the background, but the levels for every strike on every symbol is updated every 2 seconds on Profitable. So I think that makes us one of the fastest on the market, but that also means like the GEX one and the levels are a little bit more what I would consider kind of real time. So I usually trade toward them. And if, like, say, for example, right now I was trading from this wanting, this strike wanting to hold as support, and I was trading toward 4,700. I would do that in real time as long as it stayed pegged at 4,700. If it turns around and then goes down to 4,625, I would almost always treat that as my trade direction is not even supported anymore because this updates so quickly. So for those of you that missed it this morning on NQ, I was wanting shorts because in my mind this, well, it's changed now. Soon I'll be able to just load up a snapshot, and it is taking snapshots. But yeah, let's see if I do 8:15. Where is that? That's right now. That's actually what I was going to say, is that it's taking snapshots, but I can't load far enough back yet to show what I'm wanting to show. So this morning we had kind of a downward slope to 29,000, and 29,000 was holding and is still holding as NQ's GEX 1. So it felt like there would be less friction to the downside than there would be to the upside based on what I was seeing on the ES ladder. So if I go back to ES, you can see how, well, actually now it's all kind of negative in here again, but up to here, there was more positive gamma this morning. And so if we were to go up, it would just be a lot of absorption and kind of a slow grind up. Whereas if we start going down with all this negative gamma down to 29,000, it would be a much faster move. And so that's why I was looking at shorts this morning, which it kind of looks like it might play out now, as long as we don't bounce at this 29,218 level. Just 1 second. I'm going to check on Discord. Okay. Zeke, no, I haven't really found out too much about how Skylit marks their levels. I will say I recently found, I think, a competitor product that's a little bit more open and transparent about how they do things. Trying to think, what was it? Yeah, it was this product. I think I can just show it. Yep. And this isn't really an endorsement, but I don't really mind showing competitors. If you guys find something better for your uses, by all means, use the tool that works for your trades. That's what I'm trying to do and trying to build. But I did find this competitor, Strike GEX. They're a little bit cheaper than Skylit. I think their pricing is a little bit cheaper, but they almost have the exact same heat map as Skylit. And yeah, they have quite a few useful views. They have ledger views. And I believe if you go into like their learn and docs stuff, they have more information about how they build their levels. So that might be a good source to look at how Skylit does it. As far as Profitable goes, Profitable is using Oprah data, and I'm doing custom signing on the server side. Yeah, there's a lot of black boxing, especially when it comes around dealer signing. I couldn't really find very much information about how to do it, and there's not really like a retail ready-made package that really gives you dealer signed data. So, and even if you did get dealer signed data as a retail package, you're kind of only getting like the hemisphere of data that provider has. So it wouldn't be like you're truly capturing every hedge fund. That's just kind of the way it is, unless you're paying for something like Bloomberg or something like that. Yeah, William, I hear you. Even as a trader who's going out and looking for stuff, the main thing is like I don't want to pay. Wow, we are really breaking through that 218 level. The main thing for me is I don't want to pay like $300 a month or more just for those levels. A lot of people are charging a lot of money for GEX levels, and some of the companies, they're charging a lot of money for like TradingView integrations that update intraday, but they're updating like every 15 minutes. So in my mind, from the moment that indicator gets updated in TradingView, it's already working on outdated data. That could be right or wrong. That's one of the reasons that I'm adding snapshots, is I know some people like to go off of GEX at certain points throughout the day, but that's kind of the thing that I found about GEX in particular is, and as an engineer, this kind of drives me crazy. I like to put kind of, absolute values to things or solutions to certain problems that make sense to me in every way. I like to fully understand it. And GEX, as far as I can tell, is kind of subjective in a lot of different ways. You know, how you tag it, how you sign it, and how you present it, how, you know, whether or not you're using source mapped levels or snapshot levels. There's so many things that one GEX trader to the next would just do differently or see differently. So my data is coming from Oprah directly, and I don't do any changing of sides. I only do signing for dealers where I can identify them based off of the data. And that, I think, is, you know, a little bit more accurate as far as seeing, like, I guess, the hedging on the ledger that we're actually interested in. We want to know, like, the levels we're being pulled to by people who have more money in larger positions than we do. And so that's kind of why I even go through that trouble of trying to sign the ledger one way or another like on top of the data that I'm getting raw. But I am updating that every 2 seconds, like I said, and even that is kind of something that could be favorable to the way you use it or not. If you wanted to take, like, the 10 o'clock GEX snapshot, then it updating every 2 seconds matters nothing. Yeah, I mean, I would say it's I mean, so for example, like, if I go over to the options, you can see that, like, all of this data is coming from Oprah in real time. There's also a where is it? The chain, I believe it is. So yeah, so you can see, like, every strike price being updated every 2 seconds in real time. And so this is what I'm saying, like, it's a raw feed that I am kind of placing, I guess, some subjectiveness to, like, how I would take this data, because this is mostly, like, how I get it raw. I would be getting this from Oprah updated, you know, in real time, and then every 2 seconds I'm broadcasting out changes to the clients. So how I take this data and turn it into, you know, heat maps, and then turn it into ledgers on the chart is kind of the subjective part of it. And I think that's largely why, even if you find two vendors using the same data source, they're not going to give you the exact same levels. Yeah, absolutely, Zeke. That's one of the things that's crazy to me, is that some of the other platforms selling GEX levels are charging more, like 3 times more sometimes, than Profitable. And like you're saying, you know, those levels are updated on an interval of like 15 minutes, sometimes end of day. Profitable is not just the live charts. It has you know, statistical reports for tons of different situations that you might trade. So like the initial balance, power hour breakouts, gap fills, FOMC, fair value gaps. And, you know, going through any of these, you can see the statistics on how often the initial balance breaks the lows, the highs, what the retracement statistics are off of those initial balances, weekday performance, and this is all included in the same price. And so you can go back every day just by scrolling down and see how the initial balance performed across different days, what extensions it hit. So there's no like magic behind the statistics and the reports. It just puts it out plainly where you can see it. If you don't think that, you know, it actually broke 53 days, you can scroll through it and actually visually verify it. You can go back to the list and then see, you know, what it was like back in December when we were setting, you know, smaller initial balances. And then there's also journaling for trades. But yeah, I think the live chart is where I've spent the most of my time trying to make these indicators as precise as I perceive them to be. Kishan, yep, I am the founder of Profitable. So one of the questions I just got, let's see. So one of the questions I just got, I recently did an update on automation. So what I will show real quick is kind of what this would look like. So if you have the initial balance, and let me see how this is configured. It should just be a standard, yep, 9:30 to 10:30. So why is it written? Oh, I know why. I still want to fix this, but for right now, okay. So 9:30 to 10:30 is the initial balance. So we're about to set that. Here we go. And there's the extensions off of the initial balance. So let's say I want a bot that trades the close of the initial balance to the 0.5 every day. The automation update is that now I can go to the initial balance. I can configure my report the way I want it. So let's do this standard. We do a 9:30 to 10:30 initial balance, and then we're going to do this by close. Okay, and so now I have my updated report, and let's say I like all these statistics and I want to automate this to the 0.5. Let's do better. Let's automate this to the 0.3 with a 77.5% chance. So now we can just go to report actions, add to automation. I can set my stop loss at the midpoint and my take profit at the 0.3. And then this will actually run a back test to show you the equity curve if that was automated. So, you know, 56.2% win rate, the profit factor, etc. Sometimes for the initial balance, setting your stop loss at the opposite is actually better. So you can see like now the profit factor went up, the win rate went up. So it's kind of up to you how you want to do this, but then you just save it to automation. And so from here, once it's saved to automation, you just configure where you want it routed. So if you want it routed to paper or Tradivate, you know, TopStep X, you just pick the account you want to route it to and then hit start. Hit start here. I'm not sure why it didn't start. Oh, because I have the wrong account selected, I think. No. This is blocked for some reason. Yeah, I think I have something going on with my account, probably from working on this, but that should start. But anyway, that's kind of the that's kind of the gist of it. So it should be that easy. You just go run the report that you want and then hit start paper run. It by default starts in paper, and the way that the automation is set up is that you have to kind of give a very hard override if you want it to actually start trading real accounts without the paper having proved the strategy first. So you read that one seller is updating their levels at 7 p.m. and 12 a.m. for next day expiration, and they trade those levels in Asia and London. Is there any significance to that? To 7 p.m. Eastern? I mean, it just sounds like it would be the opening interest for what is that, the Asia session and the London session. So it's kind of like taking the snapshot. I think some people take snapshots of COMEX because, as you can see, like somewhere around 820 to 825, we usually get a pretty big move, and that's kind of the COMEX open options repositioning. So I think some people will trade off of that snapshot all the way through New York. But I mean, in general, I think a lot of levels and at certain times come into play. That's one thing that I've noticed as a pattern is yeah, like previous day high, you know, session lows, they all tend to matter again at some point because they mattered to someone somewhere, probably someone with more money and more leverage. For the IB side, sorry, I'm kind of missing chat and messing this up. So I'm gonna kind of get to these. All right, so any promo discount, yes, you can run Welcome 25 if you're a new user. That'll give you 25% off your first month. And then secondly here, so let's see, for the IB side break stat, it would be cool to see the probability of which side breaks first when one side of the IB forms before the other. So that is actually something you can see. So if that's what this chart here is showing. So if the high formed first and the low formed second, then you can see over here like the percentage of it breaking the opposite IB. I think that was the question, right? Which side breaks first when one side of the IB forms before the other? I'm not running an algo right now. I have been running one. So let's see. Yeah, I've had this one running and I'm not sure. Yeah, that's something weird. So this one was running and now I'm getting like invalid requests and it won't let me start it. Can I start? Oh, weird. It'll let me start it for a TopStep X account, but not paper. Okay. Well, now I know what I need to fix. But yeah, so I was running this one. This is from a friend of our Discord, Mike Catalyst. But this is his strategy for an IB from 10:30 to 11:15. And it's weird. It's not actually showing the performance. I'm pretty sure it's this account. But if you go to the journal, you can actually do filtering by agent. Yeah, and now you'll be seeing like agent trades. So if I click like this week, these were all agent automated trades using that algo. Speaking of catalysts, there he is. Hey, Mike. Is the stat measuring the opposite side of the IB breaking first, or simply whether it breaks at any point during the day? So the stat is measuring. Sorry, it's early, and it's early to talk stats. So the stat is measuring if the high formed first and the low formed second. If it broke the IB low, that was 63% of the time. And then this 36.9% would be where it either rejected and went back above the high, or it stayed inside, if that makes sense. And then likewise for the low first. So if like the low formed first and the high formed second, 78.9% it breaks out of the high, and then 21.1% it rejects and either breaks the low or stays inside. I guess I could actually make it, do we have a, let's see. So we have a retracement, but I see what you're saying. It's kind of combining those two stats where it either stays inside or breaks the opposite. So maybe I can add the opposite break because I know we're tracking it. So down here, you'll see where it tracks like both breaks. So like if you broke to the high and broke to the low, it's tracking that. So it'll know that this is the first break and that's, you know, the second break kind of thing. So I know I can surface that stat. I'm going to take a note for that. What am I doing currently? As far as automation, I think, Mike, if you're still here, do you mind if I show off that one IB and how I've been thinking about automation? I don't want to like give away anything that I shouldn't because it's not my strategy necessarily. In the meantime, I'll go back. Go ahead. Cool. Thank you, sir. Okay. So just real quick, it looks like we're bouncing down here off of this major positive gamma. We're obviously back up at VWAP. 29,156. Is that where we got to down here? I would still be looking for more down to 29,000, but it's just been chopping so far today. Okay, so back to the question about automation. What I would kind of look for in the way I'm thinking about it right now is I would just play very, very, very heavily into the statistics. So one of the things that Mike brought to my attention was that if you change the IB to something like 1030 to 1115, I'm going to put this back to Bywick. Mike, feel free to correct me if there's anything that I'm not configuring correctly here. Let's see, that's a 45-minute. Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, so the things that to notice about this initial balance, you have a 98% of a breakout after the initial balance forms. It trades better to the high than the low. But the thing that I think makes this automatable is the extension targets, because if you noticed at the 0.1x and the 0.2x extensions of that particular IB, there's a 98% chance it gets hit every day, 98.8% chance even. And then 0.2 is 95.3% chance. So if I'm trying to automate that. Now there's a few different ways you can automate that. You could, start doing weekday exclusions. Like if you find that Thursdays don't perform as well or Wednesdays are the worst day, you could start doing weekday exclusions. You could trade only to the upside at the 0.1. You could trade only to the down at the 0.1, the any statistic. I think Mike is trading to the 0.1. But here's what I've done from there. So if I go to add this to automation, you'll see it start doing the performance. And right now the win rate's not very good. The profit factor is not great. The equity curve isn't that great. So what we were looking at was the extension statistic of like the 0.1. And if I just change that, you can see now the win rate is 93.3% with a profit factor of 1.5. And that it's kind of a controlled equity curve. Now, the thing is, from there, you have to kind of decide your sizing, what account size, etc., and like how your automation is going to trade this. So I put it as wick touch. You could do it as closed touch. You can also optimize the stop loss, because like obviously right now this is a really negative R to R, but I mean that produces this really high win rate because it's very unlikely you actually go all the way back up and hit the opposite side of this particular IB. If you change this to like a 0.2, you'll probably see the win rate go down. It's taking a minute here. Not sure why. There we go. So I changed it to a 0.25. You can see the win rate went down. Profit factor went down. So that might not be, and that would be what you expect with the statistics, right? Because it wasn't as strong as the 0.1. The 0.2 is still not as good as the 0.1. Another thing that I've played with a little bit on this is sometimes even the 1.0, the opposite end of the IB, is not a wide enough stop. So like doing something like a 1.5, the win rate goes up to 94.1 and the profit factor is about the same. So like there's different ways you can play with that and then save it and then just run it against like a TopStep account or whatever. We also have the strategy lab. So you can come over and take like an initial balance strategy for NQ, and you can say the objective is profit factor, win rate, drawdown control. And I'm not going to go through this whole thing right now, but basically once you run it, it fetches all the candles for the run back time, and then it runs a bunch of different strategies for NQ, initial balance, win rates, and it kind of tells you like based on scoring which ones work best. But for the moment, it's actually kind of defaulting to like the 930 range, and you can change that over here. But like I said, I'm not really gonna dive into all of that. So we have a lot of different options for how to pick automation strategies to run, and then they basically all just save to the same place and then go to automation. So it doesn't matter whether you're talking to the agent and building strategies here, or if you're doing reports and saving, or if you're doing strategy lab and saving, it all ends up at the same automation tab. Does the analysis include slippage and commission? Do you mean for the reports or for the journal? For the journal imports, you can set them by account, but when you export CSVs, they typically don't include commissions. If you're talking about the statistics, it's purely based off of executed trades. So it would have no way of knowing whether there was slippage in that execution. No voice. Awesome. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know why that keeps happening. So I'll start over. Yeah, so I actually haven't had a large problem with slippage for this particular IB. And I think the reason for that is because most people are waiting for the 1030 IB to set, and then they're trading based off of that, which in this case today, that would be a huge initial balance. But we are waiting for 11:15. So I think by that time, a lot of the momentum has kind of set in for the day. It kind of starts to slow down a little bit, and I think you have kind of some context usually. Right now, I have like zero context because we went up and we came back down to exactly where we started. So I would have no context for how this IB is going to trade. But typically what the automation for this does is that once this initial balance sets, it's just going to set limit orders on both sides of the IB with the take profit at the 0.1. And so they're going to get tagged as soon as the wick happens, and then again tagged out as soon as the wick happens, and then everything cancels. I've seen I've seen pretty good results with it. Like I said, on the journal, I was running it last week almost exclusively. So if I'm filtering by agent trades, I think we also had it running, yeah, back here. It was actually doing really good on ES for a little while there. And then here, it wasn't doing as well last week. It took a few losses. But like I said, most of this, in my opinion, I don't think it was ever due to slippage. So you can go back into the journal and see where the entry was. It should be showing the initial balance too, but you can see the stop and the target. So the entry, and you can see the entry is exactly 7790.6. I would have to go back to the report to see what the initial balance was for this day, since for some reason it's not showing it. And then you can actually see how the trade played out. Yeah. I'm kind of waiting for this initial balance now. Why is profitable gamma different? Yours is showing positive at 180, but mine isn't. It could be because of source mapping. I'm using a source map for ES. So if you're by default just using the live GEX at 180, I'm still showing negative though. Oh, and I also use dealer GEX down here as opposed to standard GEX. So I don't know if that's what you're seeing. The standard GEX is just off of the naive open interest levels with no dealer signing. Yeah, I'll leave this initial balance up on screen. William, I'm not sure what you mean. 29,200. I have a positive GEX. The difference, they're both live. The only difference is that you're using a live map from another symbol. So if I want to use SPX on NQ, I can change it to the source map for SPX, and now I'm seeing the live source map for SPX overlaid on NQ. And the same thing, like if I wanted to see SPY or QQQ or NDX. Actually, NDX looks pretty good today. And like I said, this is why I think GEX is kind of subjective. You can really choose how you look at it. I know a lot of people that are more familiar with options than I am prefer like this view where you can kind of keep an eye on everything. So by default, it's using SPXW 0DTE and SPY and QQQ. You can also change these. So like if I wanted to keep an eye on ES, NQ, and GC at the same time for some reason, or something else like, I don't know, RTY, then you can kind of do that on this screen a lot easier. So I've actually made it, Lauren, yeah, I've made it so that you can use multiple instances of the GEX indicator, but I want to make this clearer than the way it is right now. So say, oh, Killer Posse. Okay. Hey, Posse. Good to know. Okay. So the way to do this is by default, you can just have like one live GEX. So this would be your NQ, so how it shows NQ GEX 1. And then going into the settings, you can click plus to add another one. See, this is where I say that wasn't cleared in my opinion, because it added it and then it didn't switch to it. So like I said, I want to make this better, but bear with me. So now that I have two instances, I can go to source map and set this to like ES. And so now I have ES and NQ levels. But as far as the source map goes, or the map in the back, it's going to be, well, actually, this is combining both of them, but it's kind of messy in my opinion, because now you have like 29,325 and 7690. But I mean, I think that's technically what you just asked, is you want to see them both. So for my automation of that IB, I'm having it do an entry off of break. So once the IB forms, actually, let's see, maybe I can actually just show this. So I'll just load up. Let me just close something, make sure this works. Okay, so we'll load up a TopStep account. We'll go back over to automation. Make sure this is running. Automation is active. So now when I go back to the live page, I should see, yep. So I've got this little pop-up up here now that shows the strategy automation, the account that everything's connected, and it's waiting in the queue. So you can see it's armed and connected. And as soon as 11:15 hits, it should place limit orders to both sides of the IB. And then it will also place a limit stop order on the 0.2 extension automatically as soon as that happens. Alex, this is a custom platform that I've built called Profitable. This is going to be a big initial balance again. So another thing you can kind of do while we're waiting for this, since we're looking at the initial balance statistics here, when I say like it's a big initial balance, you can choose to limit the IB size. So say like, you know, this is a 2% IB off of the average, then maybe that affects the breakout rate. So if I start tuning this where it's like a 0.5 to a 2%, see the breakout rate actually went down. If I was to open this up wider, like say we were only trading like 1% to 3%, the breakout rate keeps going down. So basically, the larger the IB, the less likely it is that we're going to have the breakout. It's still a very high percentage, but it's just something to be mindful of, is that the larger the initial balance, the worse the statistics actually get. And you can see here the average IB for this time frame is 141 points. So right now we are at 29,176 to 272. It's almost exactly 100 points. Oh, and then yes, it is a negative RR trade. Because the way that I'm running it is that there's such a high percentage chance that the 0.1 gets tagged first that it puts the stop loss at the opposite IB. And the reason that I'm doing that is because just running through this automation testing. So if I put the take profit at the 0.1, you can see the win rate is 92.9% at the opposite IB. If I do something like the midpoint of the IB, the win rate goes down to 79.1% and the profit factor goes down. If I was to try to, take it even shorter at like a 0.3, it goes even lower, down to 58.7 and 0.52. So that would mean that if you're looking 96% of the time, there's a retracement. So it's not always that the 0.1 is going to get hit immediately, but it is going to get hit 98% or 99% of the time, depending on how you run, whether it's by wick or how you have the IB configured. But I do have to admit, yeah, I was kind of skeptical of the negative RR when I started setting this up. Is Profitable available? Yeah, it's $99 a month, and if you use code welcome25, I just put that in the chat, you get 25% off your first month. But yeah, $99 a month, and it includes everything: the data, the options suite, the agent, all of it, reports. And I'm in our Discord every day, so if you have any questions, feel free to jump in, ask me whenever. I'll respond. I'm going to try to start doing more live streams because it's apparent to me that there's a lot of questions out there that are just easier to show. So I may not be doing it every day, but I am going to try to be a little bit more consistent about it. So we're still just waiting for this IB to set. We got 5 more minutes. So far, low forming first, high forming second. Then we know we're looking probably for breakout to the high. So low first, high second, 86.4% of the time the IB high breaks. It's a much smaller percentage chance that we break the opposite. And a 93% chance we can even filter that down by weekday. So if we were to say Wednesday, it's a little bit worse. And that's why you've got to check things like this. But 89.7%, that's still, in my opinion, solid for automation. But, you know, using that weekday filter, you know, you could see Mondays 94, Tuesdays 97, Wednesday 89.7, Thursday 88.9, and Friday 94.6. So, you know, maybe as part of your optimization for this strategy, you could exclude Wednesday and Thursday and have it trade Monday, Tuesday, and Friday. So you're actually locked in on 90% or better odds. Yeah. So, as Mike said, for anyone who's joining in, kind of we've got like 2 minutes real quick before this IB sets, and I kind of want to focus on that to show this automation. But to kind of recap, we're looking at NQ, and if you're wondering why there are ES levels overlaid in the back, I kind of have a personal preference that ES is heavier on the leverage than NQ. So for example, if you just switch over to NQ, you can see the ladder is much thinner, where things are like 21%, 5%, 7%, everything in between. It doesn't even register with a label. And so for me, this doesn't give strong enough signals. So I tend to look at ES where leverage is heavier. And you can even see the same thing on Bookmap. If you go to Bookmap and you look at ES versus NQ, you will see the heat map is a lot brighter for ES than it is for NQ. And it's exactly this reason. So Profitable does the ratio conversions automatically. So when I'm using ES on NQ, it maps the strike levels to NQ price automatically. And so now you're seeing NQ prices for ES's ledger. And yeah, as Mike just mentioned, it does come with TradingView indicators. I rarely actually mention that because the TradingView indicators, in my opinion, are all delayed compared to Profitable's real-time indicators. But the GEX levels do update every 15 minutes. So every 15 minutes, it republishes the GEX level indicator on TradingView. So that's not as good as Profitable's real-time 2-second update, but TradingView doesn't offer a way to put external API data onto their charts, which is one of the reasons that I started building Profitable to begin with, was because I want to use things like statistics in my trading. So you can see here, the 0.1 is being shown as an 86%. And that's because, as we just saw on Wednesday, the 0.1 has an 86% chance of hitting. So I don't have to go pull that report to see these statistics. This initial balance indicator already pulls those statistics from the report. And it's those kinds of things that I'm saying you can't do that very reliably on TradingView. So it's kind of the same thing. We offer an initial balance indicator on TradingView, but these statistics are pulled weekly and updated on that indicator, whereas these are updated after every session close. So one thing, let me make sure I have this open. So it doesn't look like, and this is probably because I think this account on TopStep may actually be deactivated or something, because I don't think I actually have an active subscription at TopStep right now on that account. But there should be limit orders. The automation should have placed limit orders around this. So what I can do is I can just, I can't do that with this. I'll just switch it to paper. Why is this being kind of weird? There we go. Okay. So we're on NQ. So I would just put, why is it not? I did that wrong. Okay, so I'm not sure. I will look into why my automation for this didn't work on that TopStep account. Oh, it's because the automation is not set for that account. I know exactly why that didn't work. So anyway, it would frame the trade like this, where there's a buy stop at the high and a sell stop at the low. And now it's just waiting for a break and then a sell limit at the 0.1. ZDF, it should be on the sign up page. Let me double check real quick. ZDF, I think you're right. For some reason, the promo box on the checkout is currently missing. I don't know where it went, but I'm going to get that added back right now. Oh, and I didn't realize I accidentally signed myself out. I apologize. So, William, I basically actually just consolidated all the pricing. There's like different things that different people want from the platform, and different parts of it require different kinds of data. And for me as a solo developer, it's more hassle than it's worth to try to split up the platform into different levels of access. And basically, like, because the options, for example, it goes so deeply and across the platform. So there's the reports, there's the options page, the agent itself. Like if you ask it for, session context on ES, it'll pull options data to get levels as a reference. And so if I try to cut off part of the platform, then everything has to know: the reports, the agent, the live charts, everything has to know what you do and don't have access to. And so it almost becomes worse than trying to support like light mode and dark mode. It's just easier if I consolidate it to the point where it's like you either do or you do not have access, at least for now. Yeah, so futures GEX levels continue to update overnight. So if you're using, like if you go into GEX and you're using ES, NQ, RTY, GC, or SI, these are all futures options natively. And so those continue to update overnight. If you're using SPX, SPY, QQQ, NDX, and so on, then these do not. Those only update during regular trading hours. Mike, this is the part of this strategy that is hard for me, and this is why I automated it, because 98% of the time, and let's see, what time is it? So it's 11:24. If you go back to this report, the retracement timing, like most of the time, is at 11:20. And so yeah, at this retracement time, it's always like, oh, I want to get in right here because I'm pretty sure it's going to break to the high, and then I have to just sit back and let the automation do its thing, because that's the statistic. And it is a waiting game. Like sometimes it breaks and then it hits 8 minutes after the IB hits, or after the IB sets, and sometimes it's like 1:30 in the afternoon. Yeah, that's right, William. NQ has its own GEX and QQQ has its own GEX. As far as that conversion goes, Profitable does that automatically. So if I change the source map to QQQ, it has auto ratio here. And so it puts that ladder on NQ automatically. And this kind of gets back into that whole thing about like, discretion. So you can go into manual ratio and see what the ratio is. I think it shouldn't be exactly 1, but you can also change it. So if you want it to be like 1.2, which is that's really gonna mess it up. That's gonna be a big difference. Maybe like 1.02. That's weird. I don't know if that works for QQQ. It should work. Maybe SPX. But I pretty much leave these to what they were set at. Something's wrong here because it's not loading the actual ratio. For some reason, like whatever this auto ratio is, the auto ratio is set every day based on based on where we are in price and where the levels are. So the auto ratio is calculated every day at the open, which is why I don't do it manually. For the overnight, I actually really don't trade in queue overnight, so I couldn't tell you. If I'm looking at anything overnight, it's usually GC. And you would have to see the chart like at overnight. I can actually run an overnight stream again. Sometimes I do. But if you tune in to the overnight stream and look at this ledger in the overnight, it'll be much thinner, like even more thin. So like if I show you live GEX now, it'll be even thinner than this in the overnight. And so I can't really personally use that. And then if you're using SPX or QQQ, those are going to freeze at what is it, 4 or 4:30? I can't remember exactly, but whatever time that market freezes. So that's what you would be using in the overnight for the ones that don't update. And then, like I said, pretty soon you'll be able to select snapshots. I want to have these as every 15 minutes. It is collecting the snapshots right now, but I need to make it so that you can actually make the indicator use it. So for example, if I have GEX nodes turned on, you can actually visualize all of those snapshots right here. And I should be able to select any of them as the map. Mike, this session is just going to chop. I'm bored. And here comes another VWAP tap. So someone, I don't see it in the chat off like right now, but someone was mentioning backtesting on TradingView versus the results that you could see in other tools. And I think one of the things that's kind of glossed over about TradingView is that their data is aggregated tick data. So it's not the best data to backtest against. Whereas on Profitable, I've built it so that the data is based off of every single trade that's placed. So you can look at any candle and see the full order flow for that candle. And every indicator on Profitable is looking at that trade data. So when I'm doing backtesting, it's replaying all of the trades for every candle for the date range. And it doesn't account for slippage or commissions, but I find that to be pretty accurate. And that's why it takes a minute to run those backtests. And it's the same thing for the reports. The reports are pulling statistics for every candle. So when you're looking at that's why we have like volume reports as well, because we can calculate volume off of the candles based off of the trades and do statistics off of that. Oh, I see why. Trying to make this thing display nicer, but it's just not working with me. Right now we're kind of chopping around volume point of control. So hopefully these two VWAP rejections to the upside would get us a breakout. So GEX 1 just moved down here to 29,121. That's the first time I think I've seen it actually go that much lower in this session. Okay, Mike, here comes at least the breakout, maybe. All right, there's the wick touch. It should not have that stop loss. Or this TP up here. And that's because I entered this in manually. I am on paper right now, just to be clear to everyone. So this is a demonstration of kind of an automation strategy. So what would happen is this bot would have placed a stop order at either side, and then once the order is active, it would have closed this out for the buy limit at the opposite IB. My streaming computer is just like not having it right now. So I'm having a hard time even clicking on these. Yeah. Mike, if I blow this paper account, I'm blaming you. So one thing I wanted to mention while we're waiting to see what happens here, I usually wouldn't trade this with 3 minis. I think, Mike, you potentially do trade it with pretty heavy size. But since I am putting the stop loss at the opposite side of the IB, obviously 3 minis is way too large to do that with. So for me, like, doing it on a 150K with 1 mini is kind of plausible, because with a 98% chance of hitting the 0.1, you can afford to take like 4 failing trades, and it would be very unlikely that you're going to do that 4 times in a row, statistically speaking. So that's kind of the way I'm running it right now, is on a 150K account and using 1 mini with the stop at the opposite side. But, you know, to each their own. You could do a 50K with 5 micros or 3 micros. And even then, you still need to look at the size of the IB. So today it was a 100-point IB. Do your do your math, your risk management based on the size of the IB, what your sizing can be. Mike, are you saying that was close enough to the 0.1 for you to take profits? Oh, turns out that was probably a good call. I wonder what that was. Did we just get some news or something? Anyone have the Truth Social API access? Oh, and there it is. Putin said to plan Ukraine escalation, seeing talks fruitless. That'll do it. And so that is the fun thing about trading in statistics, is news will absolutely wreck them if it comes out in the middle of your window. Good close, Mike. Good close. So again, I wouldn't be normally trading this with 3 minis. But just in the context of the IB, even with that news, we still haven't even pulled back to the midpoint of this IB yet. Sorry, I have something in my eye. It's making my eye water like crazy. All right. I'm still waiting to see how this IB shakes out. Usually by this time in the day, I'm pretty much wrapping up my trading, but I'm going to hang out just to see what happens. That news. So, Russia is preparing to intensify attacks on Ukraine after concluding that negotiations toward peace agreement have reached a dead end. Moscow is considering heavier conventional ballistic missile strikes on Kyiv, including the city center, as well as infrastructure targets across other Ukrainian cities. Negotiation frameworks have effectively collapsed. And they took it away. I was reading that. I don't care about this chart. Anyway, that's fun. If it ain't Trump, it's Putin. Would I add something like financial juice into Profitable? I don't know. I've added like some basic news. Sometimes you'll see little pop-ups in the bottom left corner if there's like some major news that comes out. I actually didn't see anything pop up for this. But I mean, I would say like in general, financial news can be its own whole thing, like where you get your sources and how quickly you get your data. It can be very costly. I've noticed that Financial Juice has like a lifetime plan that has API. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to redistribute under that API or under that licensing. So at some point I will probably reach out to them, because I've used Financial Juice, I think, for the majority of my trading career, but I don't even pay for their real time, which is why I was kind of sitting there for a moment, like, what was the news, until it popped up on Financial Juice. So there's definitely value in it, and I don't know like what I would be willing to pay and where my provider would be. I haven't done my due diligence there. Let's see. So I have like the news over here, and it updates throughout the day, but this is just like, yeah, it's mostly just financial news. It's not like political news, so it's not going to pick up things like that Putin announcement. So it can definitely use some room for improvement. Yeah, no, that's kind of my goal for Profitable, is just to kind of have everything that I need for my trading journey. So, I mean, if you go back to the stream earlier this morning, I lost 2 trades on a 50K TopStep X eval. So I'm down $800. My trade plan is 2 losses for the day, and I just call it quits. So, I mean, I wouldn't say, like, I'm not trying to say like I'm the world's best trader or even that I'm consistently profitable yet. I'm pretty new compared to a lot of people out there that say they've been trading for like 10 years or 8 years, whatever. But through my journey, when I'm learning things like the initial balance or whatever, I'm trying to kind of like subscribe to the campfire method, where if I had to do a lot of work going through YouTube or even taking other mentorships and paying for them, I would like that to be easier for future traders. And so, like, if you're coming to Profitable and you don't know what the initial balance is, then down here we have these explainer videos. So you can just pop right in, learn what the initial balance is, learn how to read the report, and then go right over to the live page and start with the indicator. You can actually add the indicator straight from the report, so it'll be pre-configured for the report you're looking at. But that was kind of the problem that I was having as an early trader, was that a lot of these tools were spread out everywhere. And so like I could get GEX levels and I could get statistics, but then I'd go to TradingView to execute or Tradeovate and like have none of it there ready for me. And then since TradingView doesn't offer API integration, even if I have all this data, I still can't get it onto TradingView's charts, at least not at real time. And so that is kind of what led me to start Profitable. Was I just felt like it was very hard to learn concepts, backtest concepts, trade, different strategies and concepts without having to subscribe to a bunch of different things and try to push it all together in my head. So really, in most places, the goal of Profitable is to consolidate what I've learned,
make it easier for the next trader to learn and make it either easier or cheaper, much cheaper to practice it. So one of the things that we have on Profitable is the ability to do prop firm challenges. And so these are practice challenges. They're not actually connected to the prop firm. But if you're a brand new trader, or if you're a trader trying out something new like this initial balance strategy, and you think, I want to know how that's going to work for like a 10-4 daily payout 50K account, then we already have all the rules and everything. This will do the consistency. It will do hedging. So like you can't take a short on one and then a long on the other. It'll basically work like the prop firm would. And so you can start that challenge here and then just go to the live page and start trading it. Yeah, so if I go there, it shouldn't still be showing the position, but for some reason, something's going weird with my paper trading. And that's, like I said, I already had that issue earlier where the automation didn't work. So I'm going to have to look at this. I don't know if it's local to my streaming machine or actually an issue with Profitable right now on the paper trading side. But yeah, in general, this is kind of my goal, is just to make it easier to track my progress on this journey. So I have all my statistics, my journaling, my trading, and everything all in one platform. Yeah. And as far as the scope, it's kind of open-ended. I mostly build the things that I'm learning, but there are times where people come into the Discord with something that I don't really trade at all. And if we can, make it to where I can understand it well enough to code it, I'm not really against adding anything to the platform by request. That's kind of why I started adding these preset tabs, because there are some people that really prefer GEX charts. There are some people that prefer more order flow with like volume, VWAP, and things. And then there are ICT traders that want to look for order blocks and change of character and kill zones for different times and stuff. So I am trying to make the platform support different types of trader, even though I don't personally trade ICT, but I can go learn most of the concepts for ICT and build that into the platform. So yeah, it's kind of a growing product based on need and request. I accidentally closed my initial balance, so I'm going to add that back. This is terrible that it actually got this close to the 0.1 and then reversed this hard on that news. This is the worst example of how this automated strategy would work. Like, how often is there a major news drop at 11:56? If any of you see me taking a drink out of my huge jug, don't hate. This is the only way I know whether or not I've had enough water in the day, and that's important here in Colorado. I get stuck staring at charts or coding sometimes, and I forget to drink enough water. What a chop fest today. Did anyone actually do good in this? I don't play range as well, so I know some do. And just to reiterate, for anyone just coming in, this was a paper position. This isn't a real position. It was to show off a particular initial balance strategy. And then we got, some news from Putin that caused this big jump down. So I don't really care which way this goes. I'm pretty much just hanging out to see how the statistic plays out. But in this case, it doesn't really matter if you were going by wick or by close. The statistic for hitting the 0.1 would have played either way. You would have gotten entered here and then immediately reversed on. So if I had this running on automation, it wouldn't be 3 minis, but this is the way the trade would have played out regardless. This NDX source map looks really good today. Like things are just lining up really well.
So earlier, someone in chat was mentioning using levels from different times of the day and whether or not that time would have relevance. This is a pretty good example. So this gray bar is the previous day value area low, which is, I mean, it's it's the value area low from yesterday, calculated off of volume. But as you can see, since yesterday, since 6 p.m. right here, we came back down and like went through that. But then since then, it's been tested, kind of tested again here, 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 and now being tested again right now. So yeah, I'm definitely a big believer in areas that were important yesterday or a week ago come back into play. Like, it meant something to someone with enough money to have a large enough opinion about it somewhere at some point. And so, yeah, I tend to think the market references these levels again all the time. I don't really use overnight value areas. I'll use the previous day, but what I do tend to use to kind of get context from overnight is VWAP. So if I'm using overnight VWAP, then I tend to use the deviation bands as kind of a way of knowing how far extended we are in the New York session. So you could see, like, this morning we went up and we almost hit the second band perfectly, and then came back down and hit the first band. Now we're just chopping back and forth between the first band and back and forth from the overnight VWAP. So I don't use like overnight value areas, but I do use overnight VWAP as kind of a context of the New York session. And I don't do it as often anymore, but there's statistics for returns. So for example, out of these samples, and it shows you the sample size over here for N. So like, if you're at the second band of VWAP, then out of 24 samples, 88% of the time that it hit this, it hit the second band, 88% of the time it returned to VWAP.
And then, you know, same thing, first band 80% of the time it returns to VWAP. So that is one of the reasons I tend to use overnight VWAP as kind of a context for how far extended we are. And it's not perfect. I mean, nothing, obviously there's no perfect indicator, but that's yeah, I mean, if we open and there's some like major open news, then this means nothing. You know, this second and third band, they'll just keep opening up and up and up and up if we're just crushing to the upside or to the downside. So in that case, it means nothing. But on a day like today where we're just chopping a range, it's great. What do you mean talking second band, not first band? And the 80% retrace back to VWAP, that's off the first. Well, so it shows the statistics for all of them here. So you have the first band is 82 with 136 touches in the sample period. And then the second band was touched 24 times, and then 88% of the time from the second band, it reverted to VWAP. And then, you know, 43 to the third, 98% of the time, it reverted from the third band back to VWAP. Another report for reversions that can be kind of neat to look at is the mean reversion hour. So if you look at the mean reversion hour, basically what this tracks is periods of time where symbols are likely to revert based on the time of day. So for example, if we look at NQ, the best hour for reversion is at 7 o'clock. So that's the best hour, and you can actually, you know, dive further into the statistics here. But we also have an indicator for that. So we'll just turn off VWAP real quick. And if you go in and you set mean reversion hour to 7 o'clock, then basically the way that this works is it's kind of the same thing as the VWAP. It's basically taking the range of the start of this hour, and then for the next 3 hours afterwards, you have, you know, whatever the statistics were, like 77% chance of a reversion. And then these zones are kind of like your edge fading. So once it goes past like zone 3, your chances of a reversion get much smaller. So all the way through this red, it's very unlikely that it's going to revert. It's more likely to trend. Most of the time, the reversions happen around zone 2. So I think if you go back to the report, it'll actually show that by zone. Yeah, so it shows you by zones here. And so you can see like the edge just keeps getting worse the further you go. Usually around zone 3 is the like point of no return. And so the way that that statistic is reading is that 77% of the time when you have a break to, you know, outside of this zone to zone 1, you will have a mean reversion back to the middle of that zone. So again here, you know, breaking to the zone 1 and it mean reverts immediately back to the middle of the zone. Same thing here, break to the zone 1, mean reverts immediately back to the middle of the zone. So if you're a reversion trader, that's another pretty cool statistic and indicator to check out. So for this IB, so far we still haven't hit the opposite side, and that's the thing about trading on statistics is it's just a statistic. It doesn't mean that it's going to do it every time, and it doesn't mean that it's going to do it on your time. So like I normally want to be done by noon Eastern. I don't like to trade into the evening. If you start asking me about statistics for the evening, like power hour and stuff, I really don't know them off the top of my head because that's not the window that I'm usually trading in. So I can't tell you, for example, if there's a stat that's about to, you know, hit at 1 o'clock or something that's going to take this back up to the high. My knowledge of statistics is mostly around the pre-market and the New York market. But statistically speaking, this IB still has not hit the opposite end. So the automation setup is, again, it's negative RR, but we're trying to, on the wick of the break, hit the 0.1 before we hit the opposite side of the IB. And so far, that still hasn't happened, even though this is like the ugliest example of how this would play out. It could still turn around and go back and hit the 0.1 and the statistic holds. It's just not a fun trade to be in. And that's why, for me, a lot of these types of plays, I want to automate them because I don't even really want to be involved. I just want it to either hit or not hit and me not have to sit here and watch this for 2 hours. So again, it was like, you know, an 87% chance that we were going to hit this 0.1 on a Wednesday. That's a statistic that I'm willing to automate and let it just run on its own. And it wouldn't normally be 3 minis, so I wouldn't be down like $4,500. I would be down like $1,000 on a $4,500 drawdown account. And so if it's 87%, and even better, Wednesday's like the worst day on that stat, it's usually like 98. But if the statistic is that good, then it shouldn't hit the opposite IB enough times to blow the account. That's the theory. I can't say, I mean, I haven't taken a payout from this yet. I just started this automation like a week ago, and I'm still working out some of the bugs with the TopStep X API, but that's the theory. This is really the only automation that I'm running right now. Someone asked earlier if I was running different automations, and it's pretty much just this one. And it's because it's easy to check in at the end of the day if everything went well, you know, if it hit or it didn't hit. It's very obvious. The initial balance is easy to look back at and see. Also, I just realized, oh, never mind. It's right. It's just displaying weird. Really don't like this. I'm gonna fix this today. Hey, Czar. Yeah, no, this connects to anything. So, and I'm always open to adding more, but right now, I'm just going to disable GEX so this is a little bit less confusing, but I'll show you. So, these are all the futures that we support, which is pretty much everything that most prop firms support. So, you know, all the futures here, we've got the micros and some of the bonds and stuff. So all of that's here. It doesn't need separate data feeds or anything. We also support stocks. So like if you wanted to run the same setup on SpaceX, you can see every trade that happened on SpaceX today. That's live data, just like the futures. As you can see, it's kind of choppy in the overnight because it's overnight, but you can still add back things like the overnight VWAP, or well, it won't be overnight. In this case, it'll be regular trading hours. You can still look at things like mean-reversion hours. You can still, not GEX, but you can still add things like the initial balance. And to that end, you can still go over to the reports and go to stocks. And so like if you wanted to look at initial balance statistics on SpaceX, it's not going to be a year of data because obviously SpaceX hasn't been around for a year. Well, the stock hasn't been around for a year. So we have 51 days, but you can already start seeing like the average IB size, the breakout rate, etc. So yeah, it's not just NQ or even just futures. Yeah. Sorry, I'm kind of responding to a couple of other things, but if you do, use code welcome25. It'll save you 25% off the first month. I was just told in this stream there might not be a place to put it for some reason, so I'm actually working on getting that fixed right now. But it will be up. So as much as I hate to say it, just wait a little bit. I will get that fixed today. But yeah, make sure you get that 25% off. Looks like this opposite end of this IB is about to get hit. I blame Mike. This is Mike's fault. I don't know if he's even still here. This isn't Putin's fault. This is Mike's fault. So yeah, that would have failed today because of that news. It looks like we were pretty destined to go up and hit that 0.1, but then right at 11, wasn't it 11? Yeah, 11:51. We got that news, and so this candle just reversed and then came all the way back down to the opposite side of the IB. Now, like I said, there is something weird going on. I don't know if it's with my streaming computer. I'm pretty sure it's the streaming computer because it's doing something, but yeah, and I can even see like some of my indicators and stuff are like messing up. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put the stream into be right back for just a second. I'm gonna refresh this, but I'm also going to personally jump off stream here. So if you guys enjoyed this today, I've been pretty much running this stream as just kind of a you know, reference for anyone who doesn't have Profitable. I'll leave it on. So if you want to look at the GEX levels throughout the day, which I just realized I still have turned off, I apologize. They'll be here for you. And yeah, if you guys like this, I'll try to do more live streams. I thought this was fun today, just, you know, kind of hanging out, answering questions. I'm usually on pre-market to, you know, about, like I said, 11:30 doing my trading. So it's a natural time for me to jump on and just throw up a stream. So yeah, thanks all for joining. Like I said, I'm gonna put this into be right back for just a second, and then refresh so that everything's running a little cleaner. And then I'll leave this stream on until the end of the session. So all of you have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Order canceled. Order canceled.
have Windows, you're going into Window. If you have Mac, it works. So it's, and you have downloaded key. So make sure you can see. So example, the TradingView, we're going to go into save your guess, and that open your guess bot into your TradingView. In here, how it works is exactly so. If you have classic, if you have, and again, play with all this information, etc. So well, thank you so much. And guess bot, bat, and then you're going to run it, and then run. Going to open, and that